there's anyone out there, give me a second. I'm trying to get the chat brought up. There it is. All right. All right. I have chat. I'm doing relatively well. Had our first Borst War yesterday. It was strangely exhausting. And I have lots and lots and lots of darts to sort. There was no post-event sorting, so I have, I think, this plus another full hamper plus 4 totes full of darts to sort. So this could be a long stream. We'll see. In the meantime, we can start. Good news, it should all be rival half darts and full length darts. Get up there, you little wretch. How dare you? It's windy and there may be rain. We will see. Sanding down one of your arcade machines? It's weird. Yeet Hammer is a lot of fun. I highly recommend the Yeet Hammer. Why are there shells in here? Alright, let's start with the full length. Let's see. So, yes, first Borst event. We're doing fewer Borst events because we're trying to encourage other people to host their own events. We already have the events going on up in the Everett area for the folks that are closer to Seattle. And we now have trackers running events down in Portland for the people that are further south. Maybe we can eventually get somebody to get something going in the Olympia area for the folks that are in the middle. And then we'll pretty much have the I-5 corridor covered. At least as far south as Portland. And I know we have people further south than that. But that's a bit far for me to travel. Alright. Start pulling out the rival. It was an excellent event. The scenarios were well written. Because it was May, we decided to make it Star Wars themed, even though it wasn't particularly close to the 4th. We still decided to go with Star Wars themed. And they came up with some really cool Star Wars themed scenarios. It was actually really neat. We did the trench run. The final one was the trench run, where you had to try to run down a corridor of cover and shoot a Titan rocket into a very small target to blow up the Death Star. We had one, we did an HVZ, but it was Ewoks versus Stormtroopers, which was pretty cool. One of our moderators actually spent several days and made ATST heads, cardboard ATST heads. So we had ATSTs that were running around that had a lot more firepower. The humans were only allowed to have hammer shots because we didn't want to have to do re-chrono everybody. Plus, they're supposed to be stormtroopers. They're not supposed to be able to hit anything. Where originally the walkers were armed with outlaws, but they couldn't reload easily with the walker heads on. And so we switched them over to Artemises, and it was a lot more fun. They could be turned. If they got hit by a zombie, they would be turned into... Well, they didn't really... Or if they got hit by an Ewok, they didn't turn into an Ewok. They simply joined the Ewok side and started mowing down all of the stormtroopers. And there was no way for the stormtroopers to do anything about that except run away from them. So it basically became an escort mission. You needed to protect the walkers, or the Ewoks got the firepower. If a walker shot a stormtrooper, they just turned. So basically, it was a way for the Ewoks to get fairly powerful spitters on their side. So it was a well-run scenario. Everyone enjoyed it. The walker heads, like I said, were awesome. I actually do have one. I got to keep one. I'll go get it just so you can see. Yes, I'm still going to Survival Fest. That's one of the things I'll be talking about today. Yep. ATST heads. Just the coolest prop ever. Made entirely out of cardboard. I'll be having it on display here to show off just how cool some people in the Pacific Northwest really are. We did not do anything with clone troopers. Didn't really have... I guess we just didn't occur to that. We only had so much time and only so many scenarios that we could run. I think... Oop, no, not quite. Oop, wrong bin. Full length darts. What do we got? Yeet Hammer, good evening from England. Good evening. I hope things are well across the pond. Any good thrift finds? Yes! I actually did find one of my all-time favorite blasters recently. I found a Lanard Big Salvo. A very cool blaster. It fires either Nerf arrows or Mega XL and it can shotgun them. It did have one ruptured cylinder, so it was leaking air, but I was able to fix that. So it does now have... I don't know how I'm going to show this. It's not showing up. One of the posts is a little off, but it's Mega XL. It's not exactly accurate anyway. So, yeah. Pumps up, and then you can either pull them individually and fire one at a time, or you can just pull the trigger and fire all four. Very cool blaster. Got it for $7. A bargain at 10 times that. Nitro Plus darts are available at Target. Awesome. I had the opportunity to get like 900 of them for cheap, and I didn't take it, and I don't know if that offer is still available. Blue Strife at Goodwill for $3. That's a bargain. That's a bargain. That's, again, a bargain at 10 times that. There we go. Move all of this into a basket. For now. What is going to be the best way to do this? Actually, that one's probably going to be easier to transfer into. Get in there. Tips on building a boom nitron. I mean, not really. They're not that complicated. Just rewire it. As far as I know, it just uses the stock motor. I think. You might... I don't even know what motor a boom nitron takes. I've yet to build one, so I really I'm not really the person to ask. Alright. I got a half-dark basket started until I can get one of their bins emptied. Let's go check the bins. I have 4 totes this big or bigger. Camera's going bad on this thing. Good for a bit, and then you do that. No. Alright. What do we got? Have I found a suitable replacement for honey badgers? I have not, but I haven't really been looking either. Anyone else out there? That's what I've been talking about. You can't come to the stream late and then ask questions that have already been answered. How dare you? The event was good. It was really, really well done. The scenarios were well run. The props were well done. Everything ran relatively smooth. We had a fair number of new people. New faces. Which is always, always cool. We had some people just walk up and join. I think, I hope. By the time they got there, I was already running on empty. I was running on empty for pretty much the entire day. I'm still kind of worn out from Maryland Mayhem. So I was glad we had decent mods to help run most of it, or I would have snapped. I had to get a little snippy towards the end. Didn't pack a lunch. That's on me. Alright. First bucket of full lengths. What do we got going on? Nitro shot full length darts seem to not like flywheelers. I can see that. Flywheelers are finicky beasts. Or some flywheelers can be finicky beasts. That was my day. Well, I haven't done a whole lot yet today. I had a good breakfast. Got some work done. And now I am sorting darts. And we'll be sorting darts for the foreseeable future. What are the odds of old school Mega? Very, very unlikely, unless someone at the event was running something weird. Most of this was loaner ammo, so it should almost all be half-length, full-length. Maybe some Mega that people didn't manage to pick up. Most people policed their specialty ammo. So I would be very surprised to find an old Mega in here. I did find some N1. So someone was running an N1 blaster and couldn't be bothered to find all their ammo, or just wasn't able to find all their ammo. It was a mess. It was a big game, lots of people. We had close to 60 people on the field, I think, at the height, which is pretty big for us. So hopefully we have a similar turnout next weekend, or this upcoming, next weekend. Down in Portland. We're doing a war down in Portland again, so I get no rest for the wicked. And then the weekend after that, I'm going to Survival Fest. And then, hopefully, I will be dead and will no longer have to suffer. But people keep informing me I'm not allowed to, so I carry on. half darts. There's definitely more half darts than anything else. The vast majority of people these days are running half darts. But since all of the HVZ was done with stock hammer shots, that put a lot of full-length darts into play. But it was definitely more half darts than anything else. The balance has definitely tipped in that direction. An awful lot of what we're going to see in here may never have actually been used as far as the full lengths, because people were just dumping the dart sweep directly back into the bins unsorted. So by the end of the day, it was just chaos in the bins. And that was partly my fault because I failed to repack the usual dart collecting totes, the hampers. After the last dart sorting, I didn't get them back into my trailer, so we didn't have those for people to dart sweep into. So there was only the one hamper. It got full, and then it just went full chaos from there. There were 2 full totes of full-length darts, and whether they all got used or not, who knows. Cool. I will be at Survival Fest, and if you want to give me stuff, you are welcome to. I will happily review them. I still have stuff to review from Maryland Mayhem and stuff from before Maryland Mayhem. And hopefully I'll finally get to all that in June when I have a day or two to breathe. Hello. Those of you just joining, I'm sorting darts. This is from the first Borst War, which was yesterday. There was no collective sorting afterwards, so I get to do it, which is lovely, because dart sorting is very, very cathartic, very calming. I only wish I could have music playing. I suppose I could put earphones in, but listen to my own music, but then I'd probably forget you guys were here, and that would be rude. It is kind of weird not having any direct feedback. Just me here talking to myself. I will almost certainly be a little on the cranky side come Survival Fest, unless somehow I miraculously find time to rest between now and then. But since I've got a Portland game next weekend, and work keeps getting busier and busier, I may be on autopilot to avoid making a nuisance of myself. Luckily, there will be plenty of auxiliary there, and most of them have been to 2 or 3 Survival Fests now, so they're more qualified to lead at Survival Fest than I am, and I might go and just get to be a grunt, which would be kind of nice. I currently am planning to bring my heavy loadout, but from what I've heard, starting with a super heavy loadout at Survival Fest is a good way to get targeted, which is either a good thing or a bad thing. On the one hand, you go loaded for bear, the Survival Fest mods will give you a bear to fight. And basically you get to have the terrifying, horrific, all-out last stand in mission 1, and then you can just die in a blaze of glory and be a zombie for the rest of the weekend. Which, frankly, doesn't sound so bad. But I will probably... I always bring a light loadout just in case of weather anyway, so... I will probably start with a light loadout for the earlier missions to avoid drawing too much attention. Now I've given the game away, of course. And see what happens. Plus, just, ease into the heavy loadout is probably a good idea anyway. How many of you are going to go into Survival Fest, and what are you planning on running? Ooh, Tomsky, that is a lovely question. What would I like to see? Well, I don't know if it's too late, or maybe they already knew about it and they're gonna get their stuff. I'd love to see more AEBs. I haven't gotten my hands on the X-Shot one yet. I have seen it. They had it at the last Portland battle. Out of Darts had it at Borst this weekend, and it seemed to be running well. I don't know how much tinkering they've had to do with it, how many upgrades they've made to it, but they are still willing to run it, which speaks fairly highly of it. And we're all really kind of hoping that will encourage other companies to follow suit and to come out with, more consumer grade, consumer friendly AEBs. We'd still like them to be, pro level, but a lot of the ones that already exist are quite expensive. Things like the 76, the 77, the inverted scales, and all of those. A little bit more on the expensive side, whereas, X-Shots is $60, which is what the Stampede cost when it came out 10 some odd years ago. No, more than that. It came out in, 2012? 2011, 2012? So, yeah. X-Shot coming out with a pro-level Jolt similar to the Cricket or the Solo would be cool, because X-Shot is apparently more available in more places. So, we'd be able to get them to you folks in the EU, since apparently Dart Zone doesn't play in the EU. Or UK. I don't know about the rest of the EU. Yeah, the thing about HVZs, and I don't know if most players are unaware of this, or if they just don't bother to think about it. Balance is very difficult in an HVZ. If you make it too easy for the humans, you end up with no zombies, and the game is boring because there's no challenge. If you make it too hard for the humans get wiped out, and you end up having to reset the whole game because there are no humans left. And Survival Fest has it a little bit harder than most of the HVZ games, the invitationals, because it's multiple days. So it's not just one day you have to balance multiple days. And that is very, very difficult. And that is why I suspect they do, in fact, go after the heavies a little harder. Because too many heavies, there's no chance for the zombies to ever get in and get a tag. So if you throw a lot more at them and eventually start taking out those heavies, then you can start to grow the horde, and the game becomes more fun and more interesting. UMBC handles that by limiting loadouts at the beginning of the game. You can only have 6-round capacity, or 6 rounds loaded in your blaster at the start of the game, and until your group manages to unlock the high capacity, that's all you get. And that kind of forces everyone to have a loadout, and it gets the horde going and all of that. Survival Fest is, some people might argue that their way is better, some might argue it's worse. I haven't been to a Survival Fest, so I don't know yet, But I do kind of like the idea of tailoring the game to fit the people. I mean, if you come loaded for fighting a huge horde, if they give you a huge horde or a really powerful horde, I mean, that's really kind of considerate of them. That's what you came looking for, or that's what you came prepared for. It'd be a shame to become prepared for that and then never actually get to encounter that until the last mission of the game. If they're tailoring the game to match the players' loadouts, that I kind of like that. The downside is there maybe people who get caught in the crossfire, people who weren't loaded for bear that end up getting hit by the horde that was meant for the heavy armed people. That again comes down to the moderators making sure that, you know, if they're putting together a hit squad to go after one of the strong squads, make sure that that's who they go after. And that's just all comes down to how good the mod team is, and I have yet to hear, I think, anything bad about the Survival Fest mod team. I know most of them. I've been to the HVZs that they used to run, and they've all kind of combined and created this massive thing that I've been wanting to get to forever, and just haven't managed it, and finally I was able to this year, so I've got high hopes. Let's see what's going on. Yes, tariffs suck. I've been hit by them already as well. Oh, yep. All right. So it seems the X-Shot AEB is already more expensive because of tariffs, which, you know, that's the reality we live with now. So no, I will be sorting this into basically 3 categories: rival, half dart, full dart. If there is a half-length dart that doesn't work in your blaster, don't load it into your magazine when you load your magazine from the bin. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not loading your magazine for you, so you decide what darts you put in your magazine. I don't know of anything that runs on a hopper where you just toss random rival rounds in. You touch every rival round that goes into your, or every half dart that goes into your. I'm gonna start again. I'm gonna have a drink, and then we'll try that whole reply again. Today I am having Filbert's root beer. This is a new root beer. I believe I picked it up in Maryland while I was there, so I've never had this before. We'll see if it's any good. Ooh, smells good. Not bad, not bad. There have been a couple now where there's a flavor in them that I'm not loving. It almost smells like mildew or bread mold to me. And I don't know if that's something that's weird about me, kind of like some people, cilantro, I think it is, tastes like soap, or something like that. This has just a hint of it, not enough to be bad, but there was a sarsaparilla we had. I think it was like Uncle Joe's sarsaparilla, and it was horrible. But no, this is quite good. I don't think I would go out of my way to get more of it, but it's quite good. Okay, back to the question: how do I sort my darts? So, for this, I will be sorting it into basically, well, I guess you could say 4 categories: rival, half dart, full length, and then everything else gets sorted separately. But we only provide those 3 as loaner darts. And if there's a particular dart that doesn't work well in your blaster, don't put it in your blaster. That's really the only advice I can give as far as how do you make sure you don't get, the wrong size head. Don't load one of those into your magazine. You load your magazines. I'm not loading your magazines, so you decide what darts go into it, and that's kind of on you. Rival, if you end up with one of the super dense darts or balls, we try to keep an eye out for that. And they can be a problem in stock rival blasters, but not a lot of people are running stock rival flywheelers. So it hasn't really been an issue. But no, I don't sort the loaner darts by dart head type. My private stash is, yes, sorted by down to the nitty gritty of all delineations. Long time it has been. How have you been, Mr. Judy? Mr. Ben? Outlaw and Venom Pro. That's a perfectly good loadout. And not one that's likely to draw too much unwanted attention because it doesn't look massively overpowered. It's not like you're running a proton pack and an FDL3 with a whole bunch of 22s. Who would do such a thing? Yeah, 90 is still a decent price for a good AEB, if it is in fact a good AEB. I've heard varying reviews on the Dart Zone or the X-Shot AEB. There is, of course, the issue of making sure your expectations are reasonable. It is a cheap AEB, so you can only expect so much out of it, as opposed to, if you buy a multi-$100 AEB, you would expect it to work really well. The cheaper one, if it's not perfect, you kind of have to accept that you're getting what you paid for, which a lot of people are really bad about that in the hobby. They'll buy the cheap version of a blaster, yet somehow expect it to be as good as the expensive version of the blaster, which is just not a reasonable thing to expect. But not everybody's reasonable. What would I like to see from Dart Zone? I would love to see a good lever action from Dart Zone. That's one that we've been asking for a while, and I know it's been in their customer survey results. Incidentally, if you weren't aware, there's a place on Dart Zone's website that you can go in and make suggestions, and I happen to know that they do get read, which both says a lot about the company for doing that, but also says some about how few people actually bother to fill it out. And if they were getting 1 million responses, they probably wouldn't be able to read them all, but if they're getting a few hundred, they might actually be able to. They could also probably filter it, what keywords keep showing up. And, yeah, a nice lever action would be cool. I would like to see possibly another Hammer Primed. The Outlaw's cool. If we could get another similar thing, that would be neat. There are a lot of cool kits for the Outlaw already. Yeah, I need to, I'd reach out to Udo and see if there's anything we could do at Afterworlds, but I just don't have the time or the energy right now. I'm running on fumes as it is, and I don't get to stop for a few more weeks. What? How about that Strife Combos video? What Strife Combos video? Was there talk of a Strife Combos video? Sounds vaguely familiar. Remind me. Hum a few bars. Lever action would be nice. Do I still expect free blasters? Because I have a lot of stuff I need to get rid of, and everyone in my nerf group has the same problem. Yes, you are still perfectly welcome to mail me stuff, though it kind of depends. If you're going to send me a whole bunch of thrifted End Strike stuff, honestly, just take it back to Goodwill. I don't need any more End Strike stuff. If you're getting rid of things like hammer shots, I will always take hammer shots. Or anything else hammer primed for that matter. That is the bread and butter of my loner blaster collection, are the hammer prime blasters, because they are very reliable and very easy. I can hand them to people who know nothing about Nerf and nothing about anything else, and they can typically figure out how to operate it without breaking anything. Giving anybody who doesn't know what they're doing something magazine fed, and they are going to jam it. So I like having lots of hammer primed blasters, but I'm running out of room myself. I think everyone's running out of room. And it's almost like some mook did a video on how to get lots of Nerf blasters for cheap, and suddenly everyone had a lot of cheap Nerf blasters and have run out of room. I don't know who would do such a thing. Sounds very irresponsible. Yeah, cut down mega. I've got a couple of blasters that actually take cut down mega, though they have to be further cut down than that. So I don't know who was running cut down zombie strike mega. But you never know. Let's see, lever action. Lever action bullpup. Oh, what a cursed concept. But that would be kind of neat to see. Gray trigger variants. See, now that actually would be interesting. Because everyone, you know, I don't know if it's common knowledge out there, but some countries have different laws about anything that fires a projectile. And so that includes Nerf. And so some countries require Nerf blasters to hit even softer than they already do. They nerfed Nerf, which seems strange, but those variants, the lighter variants, typically have a gray trigger, so you can tell which ones are which. So yeah, that would actually be neat, because then I could do a side-by-side and really actually demonstrate how much of a difference it is, just because that would be fun to do. Generally, places that don't have... It's hard to get... It's hard to get non-gray triggers if you're in a gray trigger country, and it's hard to get gray triggers if you're in a non-gray trigger country. So there probably hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity for people to really compare them side by side, other than going online and going, well, everyone's saying that this blaster gets this in our country, but in their country it's getting, or, you know, whatever. Yeah, that would be kind of neat. Hello, Travis. I commented a request in one of your videos not long ago. I'm sure you did, but I barely remember what I had for breakfast. You really have to keep reminding me of things, or I will keep forgetting. You'd think I'd get better at making lists, but I'm not. What battery can I use for the double punch if I replace the motors with more RPM? Would a 4C battery be better? 4C? Do you mean 4S? Typically in our hobby we go for 2S or 3S. We are seeing more 4S things out there, and I do now have a blaster that takes a 6S, which just seems very unnecessary and ill-advised, but I don't know as much about brushless motors as I'd like, so who knows. 3 best root beers. Well, there is no such thing as the best root beer. I can only tell you what are my 3 favorite root beers, which is not the same thing. My opinion does not stand as some sort of standard. My favorite is still Sprecher, followed probably by A&W. It's a classic. It's hard to go wrong. And then... what would be my third? I really like IBC. IBC might be my next favorite. And it might just because those are the ones I've had the most at this point. I did finally find a good local source for Sprecher that hasn't dried up yet. And IBC is available in local grocery stores. So I've had a lot of IBC, and I really like it. And then, yeah, probably A&W, and then Sprecher is definitely my favorite. Interesting. I would not advise a 4S unless you've got motors that are specifically designed for 4S. Most of the motors in our hobby, like that are available from like Out of Darts, are going to be either 2S or 3S motors, and make sure you match the motor to the right battery. You don't want to put 2S motors on a 3S battery. They'll spin, and they'll spin faster, but it's going to put additional wear and tear on your motor, and it's probably not really going to give you the performance boost you're wanting. It's going to shred your darts more. It's going to have other issues. Increased RPM doesn't necessarily mean increased FPS. It does up to a certain point, but you end up getting diminishing returns. And there comes a point where higher FPS isn't going to do you any good. What you need is higher crush, or a better cage, or better wheel geometry. Just increasing the RPM will only do so good. So keep that in mind. Virgil's is a good one. It's I've had it. I used to have a keg of it. I wish I still had the keg. I have no idea where that keg ended up. I had a little mini keg, and I drank from it for years. But wouldn't be my go-to. But it's the thing. The beauty of root beer is how many different flavor profiles there are. It's not just this is what root beer tastes like. Every single root beer is different, and they can vary wildly from one root beer to another. We recently, while in Maryland, I got a whole bunch of new root beers, and I didn't have any way to get them home, so we just sat down and did a root beer tasting. We went through at least a dozen root beers and sarsaparillas, and the flavors varied tremendously, which is what is very cool about root beer, is how much variety there really is. Some are very heavy on the vanilla flavor. Some are very heavy on the sarsaparilla or the sassafras flavor. Some are very heavy on the licorice, the anise flavor. Others are very heavy on the wintergreen. And I haven't quite learned the verbiage of what flavors are actually linked to what things, so that I can actually write notes in my spreadsheet and understand. Like this one, it's got that flavor that to me comes across kind of like bread mold or mildew, and I don't much like it, but I don't know how to describe that properly beyond saying, to me, it tastes kind of like mildew. I'm not quite the root beer sommelier I should be. I just like root beer. I haven't learned all the words. Have I tried cherry-flavored beer? I don't drink beer, so... yeah, their wintergreen, that wintergreen mint is a flavor that they sometimes put in there. And it's usually a subtle thing. It's not like it tastes like drinking a wintergreen mint. It's just and another flavor that they've snuck in there, and it's subtle usually. Sometimes those side flavors are not so subtle. Let's try this one again. HD1. What is HD1? Oh, Helldivers. No, I've never played Helldivers, and probably won't. Frankly, canted cages, no. There's a reason you don't see them much anymore. We tried it. It kind of worked, but again, limited returns in the most part. Most people I know, I don't know of anyone who really does canted cages anymore. We've gone to rifling the barrels in one way or another, either through scars or P-cars or B-cars. It's just through all the trial and error, people have found that those work better. So I definitely was able to demonstrate in the videos that I did that it does add rotation, but I haven't tried to do a video where I compare a canted cage to like a Scar or a B-car and see which is getting more rotation, because if canted cages got better results than B-cars and P-cars, I imagine we would be doing that. There are so many people experimenting so much in this hobby constantly that a lot of it just kind of becomes understood, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're right, you know? It might just be that B-cars and P-cars are easier, and further development of canted cages could have resulted in something better, but it wasn't easy enough, and so we moved away from it. But again, diminishing returns. How much research and R&D do you want to do to something to get a 5% increase when you can get a 4% increase from something that's cheap and easy? The nature of the competitive side of the game, though, is really pushing the engineering of accuracy. Because we have no problem at this point getting ignorantly high rates of fire. We have no problem whatsoever getting ignorantly high FPS. The thing that we are still trying to dial in is accuracy. And that's simply the nature of what we're dealing with. These are not precision forms of ammunition. Even the best made half darts are not perfect. And so you're never going to be able to get probably beyond a certain level of accuracy at a certain range, simply because the ammunition is not accurate enough, is not consistent enough. And so there's always going to be a limit. It's just how far can we push that limit. And I really think that the competitive side of the world is what's pushing the advancements in accuracy more than anything else. HVZs don't need to be very accurate. The zombies come to you and they're big targets. Nerf wars, some, but there's a lot more chaos and a lot more just running around having fun. The competitive world, you're often trying to hit someone who's only presenting you a square inch of target from 40 feet away. You need to be accurate. And since a lot of them actually have ammo caps on how much ammo you can carry, you can't just spam and hope one of the shots get through. You got to make your shots count. So, yeah. Exactly, yes. Somebody pointed out that some blasters work better with B-cars or P-cars, and some, you're going to be better off with something else. Flywheelers versus springers, for instance. There is a big difference. Now, we have gotten to the point where we have figured out how to put B-cars and P-cars and even, scars on flywheel blasters. It's commonplace. It's not... We used to think there was no way to do that. You'd never be able to get enough force to force it through. It would just always get stuck. And back when, we were trying to get, up above 150 FPS, that was true. Now we have problems getting our blasters down under 150 FPS. So having the power is no longer the issue. It's different things that are the issue. And I have no idea what would happen if you combined a canted kick with a B-car. Would it cancel out? Would it interfere? Would it make it better? Would it make it worse? Would it do nothing? These are questions for people with more time for R&D than I have. Alright, we're getting down to the bottom of this bin. So, for the person who asked what we have the most of, half darts. We have the most of half darts. Alright, what do we got? The perfect ammo or hyper rounds. You know, there probably are the most consistent. They're just a pain to deal with for a variety of reasons. There was all kind of talk about what we could do with them, and oh, you'd be able to hold more in a hopper than you could with Rival, and then nobody liked them and they went away. And a lot of places just don't allow them because they're so small, they're hard to clean up, and then you end up with a lot of debris and making a mess and all of that. Which, I mean, we had that problem when Rival first came out, is that you'd shoot 5 Rival rounds into an empty room and only get 7 rounds back. They just disappear. And that's kind of the case with with ammo. Full-length darts, half darts, at this point they breed in the dark. Rival rounds still seem to disappear into the void where every mechanical pencil you've ever held, ever had, they slip through wormholes into far corners of space. It might help with accuracy, but is it worth the cost? That's really what it comes down to, is you could probably engineer a much more well-balanced dart, but if they're costing you $1 a dart, is it worth it? It all comes down to diminishing returns in many cases. But that is a thought. If the issue is consistency, how do we make a more consistent dart? The dart heads are fairly uniform. It's generally going to be the foam and how well they're glued on and how much they wear and tear. How many darts do I tend to take? I take enough. If it's a heavy HVZ and I'm expecting to get really heavily engaged, I try to bring enough darts so that I could go through my entire loadout each mission. So if I'm carrying 200 darts on me and there's 5 missions, I need 1,000 darts. Will I go through that much ammo? Almost certainly not. But I would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. There's no point in having more than that because there's usually no way for me to reload mid-mission. So there's no point in having more than a full loadout's worth at any given time, but if I have to fully reload after each mission, that's the most darts I could possibly go through. So that's kind of my logic. Bring back Hyper. No, Hyper can die, along with Ultra. And 1 as far as I'm concerned. I didn't pay for any of these. These just showed up. And I've got 3 more totes and another hamper to go through. So, yeah. Alright. I'm going to go move on to the next tote. recovered my 500 round bucket arrival. Let's carry on. The rest of the rival goes in the loaner. I brought extra rival specifically for the walkers, the NPCs at the game this weekend, because they did one where it was AT-ATs and they were rocking things like Nemesis and Prometheus, and they needed extra rival, so I brought 1,500 rounds of extra rival, and they only ended up going through 500 of it. And then someone discovered where my loner rival bin was, and it got pillaged. Luckily, there seems to be a lot of rival in these baskets, so hopefully I got most of it back. And there's an irritating tendency for people to fill up their Nemesis hopper, shoot half of it, and then leave with 100 rounds of my rival ammo. Which is rude. Rude. Alright, what do we got? Shilling for end one. Yeah, there is a meme to it all. It's just, I feel it is duplicitous business. It's Hasbro trying to maintain a monopoly that they long since lost, and they need to stop it. The 50 round dart is the standard, or the 50 caliber dart is the standard. It has been for a decade. Their constant attempts to introduce new ammo to replace the 50 cal dart is just bad business, in my opinion. Introducing new ammo like Mega XL, loved Mega XL. Mega, loved it. Rival, genius. But none of those were meant to replace the 50 cal dart. All of those were intended to be just a new dart type, a new thing, something special, and I loved that. Same with like the Demolisher rocket, that was cool. But they need to just embrace that the 50 cal dart is standard, and they really need to get further into the half dart market. They are still flailing in the back, trying to catch up. Their blasters that they've released haven't been bad, but they also haven't been revolutionary. And that's kind of because I don't know how revolutionary they're ever going to be able to get. We have really pushed the half dart engineering to its max in a lot of ways, and yet people continue to surprise me. But for someone like Hasbro to be able to come up with something that's just up above and beyond and truly impressive, that's a lot more difficult because again they have budget constraints. They can't make a $500 blaster and expect it to sell well to a mass market. There just aren't enough people with that kind of money. You can do that in the hobby because you're only ever planning to sell a handful of them. You're not trying to sell 1 million units of the Stinger or 1 million units of the Pew Pew. You're trying to sell dozens. And you can do that. There are people in the hobby that have that kind of money. There are people in the hobby that don't. Yep, dart weight, dart tip, and dart construction are 3 important factors to consider when chasing distance accuracy. Yes, that really is the big thing. The engineering of the blaster can only get you so far when your ammo is inconsistent. Though that then becomes the engineering, the real engineering question is how do you make something fire inconsistent ammo consistently? And that is a difficult question. And that's the really cool thing, is if you can get a blaster that can fire just about anything decent, even if it won't fire everything great, if it can fire anything decent, that is still a very impressive engineering feat. And there are some blasters that do that well, where you can throw any dart you want into it. It will fire any dart. It's not going to fire any of them perfectly, but it'll fire any of them decently. And that can be an advantage. Especially if you're on a public war where you've got bins of chewed up darts that have been getting put through service for years. They pretty much only retire the darts when the head finally comes off. New darts come in when people bring their own darts. You are behooven to have something that can fire anything. But generally, in that setting, you're at a casual Nerf war and you're not nearly as worried about pinpoint accuracy. Ultra can be rebarreled for elites, yes. Hits like a tank. Yeah, that was kind of the interesting thing about Ultra, and about Mega for that matter, is because it was designed to fire a much larger, heavier dart, they tended to actually have more power in the tank. Same for Rival. Rival is, the blasters are inherently have more energy in them, but because of the ammo, they get, roughly the same results or slightly better results. But if you rebarrel a Rival blaster or a Mega blaster or an Ultra blaster for elite darts, you can harness all of that extra power. Rival also was very, very strong construction. That's the one thing Hasbro has generally in the past been very good at, is the quality of the blaster, how hard, how strong the plastic is, how robust a lot of the internals are. They were a lot better at that than some other companies. For a long time, they Elite 2.0 definitely tarnished that reputation. So did kind of Alpha Strike, but Alpha Strike was supposed to be the cheap line. But then took a lot of the cost-saving things they got from Alpha Strike and put it into their main line, and suddenly their main line wasn't as robust and reliable. They got rid of metal springs and went to plastic leaf springs, and they went to clips, and they went to all kinds of things that were just not good, and they seem to have backed off on that. But Rival was always very stout, and I assume that's because it had more power in it, and they knew it had more power, so they built it to be able to handle that additional power. Well, that allowed us to increase that power a lot more. We could put heavier springs in them, and it could still catch and all of that kind of stuff. Favorite HVZ. My favorite HVZ so far is still Ragnaroktoberfest. I think it was 2018. And that's very much a biased opinion because we managed to achieve the human victory, but there wasn't supposed to be one. We managed a human victory in an HVZ that wasn't supposed to have a human victory condition. A lot of HVZs don't. I've been to plenty of HVZs where the last mission is just go until all the humans are dead. That there was no final victory condition for the humans. There was no way they could ever actually win. I've been to a lot more where there was a victory condition, but it was unattainable. There was no way the humans were ever actually going to be able to pull it off, unless we somehow didn't lose any humans all day long. And that's just not a realistic, because the mods are trying to get you killed because they want there to be zombies. So yeah, I've been to lots where there was hypothetically a victory condition, but it was never attainable, and I've been to a few where there was no victory condition at all, and I've been to a few where they were attainable, we just weren't good enough. That happens plenty. The humans just failed. And that was entirely on us. We weren't organized enough. We weren't fast enough. We weren't smart enough. That happens a lot. But Rag was supposed to be a go until all the humans are dead, and we ran out the clock. We survived so long that they ran out of time, and we had to get off the site. So that was pretty cool. That's still my favorite. There was also one at WSU where the final mission was just really fun. And again, we did manage to pull off the human victory location or condition, though I wasn't on a human, I was an NPC, and I died saving the humans. at the last second, and that was really fun because, again, I was an NPC. I couldn't technically win anyway, but I managed to sacrifice myself and save the humans, and it was cool. That one, there was just a whole bunch of neat missions that they had to complete. They had to get the fuel, they had to get food, they had to get oxygen, and then they had to hold for a certain amount of time, and the zombies were trying to complete most of the same objectives, and were trying to steal the MacGuffin, and it was waves and waves of zombies, and it was a really, really well organized. It was one of the last really good WSU HVZs. So, yeah, there have been a lot. Is it possible to make a mag-fed double-action blaster? Yes. I think it would be a lot of engineering, but mechanically it is possible. I mean, we live in a world with spaceships, so asking whether or not you can get a toy to do something is really kind of downplaying human engineering. What I think you would need to do would need to have a mechanism similar to the Centurion or the Stampede, in that the bolt return is automatic. So when you pull the handle, like if it's a grip squeeze or a trigger pull or whatever, as you pull it, it chambers the dart, it fires the dart, and then it releases the bolt to automatically go forward. And that would allow you to have a magazine-fed double-action blaster. But it could be tricky to get enough mechanical advantage, enough leverage to be able to do that. And to have it have any power. That would be the thing. You could do it, but it would probably be kind of weak. Lever action double punch. That would be kind of cool. Least favorite. Oh, I don't do least favorites. That's just unnecessary negativity, and I don't want to go down that path. You know, you're not wrong. While Hasbro was goofing around, Zuru locked in. I mean, all of their competitors did. There really was kind of a sense of Hasbro got complacent. N-Strike did well. N-Strike Elite was the pinnacle of Hasbro. They had so much good stuff. The Rapid Strike, the Strife, the Hyperfire, the Hammer Shots, all of that stuff was under that larger N-Strike Elite umbrella. Yes, Hammer Shot is Zombie Strike, but that was still under the N-Strike Elite umbrella, so to speak. And they'd had so many years of being able to say it's Nerf or nothing because they had no real competitors. Closest thing they had was Busby, and they didn't even need to make attack ads about Busby. We did it for them. We were trashing Busby left and right. And then the Sentinel came out, and we all kind of went, hang on. And then more and more and more companies started making, Workers started coming out with stuff, and then suddenly Dart Zone hit the field, and X-Shot came around, and all of them are, they're having to compete with Hasbro's brand, with the Nerf brand. They're having to compete with, exclusives. They're having to compete with Hasbro already having the market completely saturated, but they made all their stuff compatible. They took Hasbro magazines, they took Hasbro darts, they took Hasbro, stock attachments. And so you didn't have to pick one or the other. And obviously Hasbro doesn't like that. They liked being the monopoly, and they're not, in my opinion, handling playing nice with others well. And it's unfortunate. You don't eat pizza with cheese on it. Is it even pizza at that point? I wonder if there is, in fact, a universal, official authority that gets to determine what is and isn't pizza. You can put whatever you want on your pizza, just like you can drink whatever soda you want and prefer whatever candy you want. I don't want any broccoli or pineapple on my pizza, but I'm an adult. I get to decide what pizza I do and don't eat. If you bring me pizza with pineapple on it, I'm just not gonna train. I'm just not gonna train. I'm just not gonna eat it. And you can't make me. See, not being a fan of melted cheese is, I love melted cheese, but I can understand that preference. I don't like, in general, I don't like fruit that's warm. But pizza sauce is you know, an exception. But I don't like, that's why I don't like pineapple on pizza. I don't dig the warm fruit. I also don't like apple pie because I don't like warm fruit, and it's kind of I think it's a texture plus flavor profile thing, and it's just that's my issue. That's not your issue. If you want apple pie, eat apple pie. Here, have my slice. I don't want it. I thought calzone was when it was folded over. Marinara toast. You know, at that point, it is just kind of, you know, breadsticks. I have... So there is. Yeah, the fact that I'm not actually pulling out the half darts, I'm just getting everything else out and then dumping the half darts, means the half darts are not getting as well vetted as everything else. Because I do pull the headless full length darts out, but the half darts, they're still in there. Luckily, people do tend to throw them away at the events. Usually have a garbage can nearby. No peach cobbler! Correct. No, I don't like peaches in general. I don't think fruit should have hair on it. That's weird. That's weird. Calzone is just Italian tacos. You know? Oof. You're a pizza folder? You're one of those? Actually, I do that too. So I generally take 2 slices of pizza and make a sandwich. That way you don't have that folded section that's just double crust. You know, can't have that. My brain is not braining because of the disorganized darts. Yes, that is. This is the very disorganized, but the goal here is to organize. If you want, when I'm done, I can show you the sorted stuff, though it's still going to be a mix, so I don't know how calming that's ultimately going to be. I can show you the bin of nothing but yellow rival, if that would calm you a little. Pizza folders. The sort of people I associate with. McDonald's McCrispies. I have not. McDonald's is finally doing a chicken strip, huh? Took them long enough. I remember the day I first tried their new chicken McNugget recipe that actually tasted like chicken. I was deeply and thoroughly annoyed Because if I'd wanted something that tasted like chicken, I'd have gone to KFC. I wanted a McDonald's chicken nugget, which before didn't taste anything like chicken. And all of a sudden, here it was, tasting like chicken, and I felt betrayed. I've gotten over it now. I do eat them now, but I will have to try the McCrispies the next time I hit a McDonald's, which isn't very often. The nearest McDonald's is like 30 miles from here. Generally only get it when I travel. That's my excuse to eat junk food. I think because it's open-faced, technically pizza is a tart. Kind of like cheesecake. Cheesecake is not pie. It is, in fact, a tart because it doesn't have a crust over the top. To be considered pie, it has to have a bread covering over the top as well. So you've probably had many things that claimed to be a pie, but were, in fact, a tart. And now, you know. I've been to a pizza factory. Probably not the same pizza factory, but there was a pizza factory in Moscow, Idaho when I lived there. Cheapest pizza in town. Many a college student only avoided starvation because of Pizza Factory. Because it was buy one, get one free on carryout, and it was within walking distance of campus. So there was a lot of 2 large pizzas being carried out, and that was food for a week. No, it does not have to be tart to be a tart. It just has to not have a covering and other requirements. Again, I don't know that there's actually any sort of universally recognized authority that gets to determine what does and does not qualify as a pie or a tart or a flan or whatever the other options are. So call it what you want. English does not have the equivalent of the Français National, I think is what it's called. The French actually do have an official government authority that determines what words mean. I don't know if they enforce anything, though. Yep. Oh, the Académie Française. That's what it is. The Académie Française determines official word meanings. English doesn't have that. And even if it did, it would be completely unenforceable anywhere except pedantic arguments on the internet, I suppose. But even then, how do you enforce it? If I want to call a flan a pie, who's going to stop me? See? And I would be entirely for gendarmes raiding houses over the use of skibbity. This is something that should get a house raided, I think. Because I'm an old man and the skibbity toilets can get off my lawn. Oh, I like brain rot. I just like older classic brain rot, like Monty Python, which was every bit as brain rotty as anything the kids are coming up with today. Don't let the old folks fool you. The stuff we watched as kids was just as stupid. Exactly. Mushroom. The Numa Numa dance. But I am tired. Well, then take a nap. Then fire the missiles. It's no different. What do we got going on? Anything interesting? Ooh. What's Benny Hill? I guarantee you, you have heard the Benny Hill theme song and just don't know what it is. I don't know that I have actually seen any original Benny Hill, though. I've seen some Red Skelton. Muppet Show. Muppet Show was pure brain rot of the best kind. Carol Burnett. I remember seeing some Carol Burnett. That was dubious stuff. The most smug I've ever felt is not a story I can tell on the internet with small children watching. But I think one of the more smug moments from my Nerf career was End War 2019, when the mods actually had to come up to us and ask us if we could tone it down because there weren't enough zombies. The zombies had all been focusing on our group of humans, on trying to get through the auxiliary and the crew's rear guard, and we were having none of it. They were getting absolutely nowhere, and because they were focusing on us, they weren't going after any of these softer targets, and so there just weren't enough zombies. And rather than throwing a huge horde or making more supers or just mod god smoting us, they just came up and said, "Hey, could you tone it down a little? You know, you're upsetting the balance." And we. Rather than toning it down and letting humans get tagged, we just went and found a hill to die on, and drew all the zombies to us. And as good as we were, we couldn't take all of the zombies in one location. Not when there were, tanks and whatnot that we couldn't actually stun. And we got wiped out, and then the zombies went nuts and started wiping out the humans, and it was great. But yeah, having the mods come to us and tell us that we were basically breaking End War, that made me pretty smug. And I really appreciate that they did it that way. And as I said much earlier, if you were here for that, we were discussing a Survival Fest. Survival Fest tends to go the other route, apparently, and if you're too strong, they just throw stronger stuff at you. Which, I mean, to be fair, you're really kind of asking for it. And I kind of like that. As long as you know that that's what you're signing up for. Again, as long as you know, hey, if I go just loaded for bear, they're going to throw every super zombie they have at me. And I will probably end up getting tagged out, and I'm okay with that. Then that's cool. Which is why I really appreciated that they came to us and asked. Because I don't know what they would have done if I'd said no. I could have said, no, absolutely not. If we're too good for you, blah, 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 you're just going to have to try harder. That would have been, a dick thing to do. And he probably would have then just said, right, well, then you're all tagged. And that would have been, honestly, I would have considered that fair. If you're not willing to help the mods when they politely ask, you kind of deserve whatever they do to you. And I didn't need to prove anything beyond that. Like I said, that was the moment we were like, ha-ha, we've won. I will be able to talk about this for years. And I have. But it felt good for us, and it really I was very impressed by the moderator's willingness to just come and ask rather than getting frustrated. I don't know if it says something about me or it says a lot about the mods that they were willing to ask and that they thought I might be willing to help them out. That also made me feel really good because I don't think it even occurred to them that I would say no. And it wouldn't have occurred to me to say no. I mean, I absolutely was like, yeah, no, I'll help you make the game better. Oh, are we messing up the balance? Well, then yeah, then that's we can help with that. It goes on with the auxiliaries motto of more fun for everyone. It meant that I didn't get to make it to the last stand, but I got to have my own last stand, and so, that's every bit as good enough for me. So that was pretty good. Well, you should love the Carol Burnett show. It's fabulous. Yeah, the robotics class, the final in the robotics class was made us feel kind of smug. Also made me feel kind of mean. But the teacher gave us permission, so, what are you going to do? We even told the teacher, this is going to be kind of mean. Should we? Like, do it. Do it. They have it coming. Train? Silly zombies with accents. Yeah, that's what we were doing. Just silly zombies with accents. That's the full story behind that I can't tell on YouTube. It would get me in trouble. But yes, silly zombies with accents. when is the next range day? No idea. No idea. It was raining earlier today. It's beautiful weather right now. We are in the early or late spring, early summer of the Pacific Northwest, and that means the weather could be anything. I would love to get out to the range this week. I got my Stinger up and running, I think, and I would like to get out and actually finish my review on that. I was in the middle of my review when I blew a flywheel. So I would love to get back out and get that going again. So maybe this week. Maybe. Pending other issues. It just, the part that held the wheel to the motor cracked because it was thin and only barely connected in the first place. And wasn't tightly fitted onto the motor, which was a problem of the wheels shrinking during the printing process, so they were loose on the motor casing. Swamp Cat's running amok upstairs. Which is not how you're supposed to connect your motors to brushless, or your wheels to brushless motors. Swamp Cat's running amok. Because with brushless motors, unlike brushed motors where it just has a motor shaft that spins, the entire outer shell of the motor on a brushless motor spins. And so ideally the motor, or the wheel, is attached snugly around that and the whole thing spins, and that way it can't wobble. There was a lot of wobble and it eventually broke. But I was able to successfully print replacement wheels. My first attempt failed. They were not balanced enough. My second attempt succeeded. I was able to successfully print a balanced wheel, and so it sounds like it's supposed to. It hums, it purrs, rather than vibrating like it's trying to tear itself apart. Trying to pull out all the dead dart heads that are in this bin. There actually was a little bit of shrapnel, and I noticed it in the video, and I don't know if I kept that footage. It looked like something flew out the barrel, and pretty sure it was in fact small pieces of the wheels. But the rest seems to be fine. I wasn't having the overheating issue that some people have mentioned, though I didn't get to put a whole lot of darts through it before it failed, so we will see if I run into overheating issues when I'm able to put more than 10 mags through it. And we'll see if my motors really are viable. I've only bench tested them. I haven't actually done any serious firing since I finished them, because I had all this problem just before I had to go to Maryland Mayhem, so I had to cut short my testing process in order to pack and finish final logistics for the trip. Sure, if there are this many dead dart heads, there've got to be so many dead foam in here. Yes, I still have 3 more containers of at least this size to go through. So this will be carrying on, but I've got nothing better to do than sort darts and talk to you folks, so hello. This is sort of meditation for me. It's creating order out of chaos, which helps calm the mind. Plus, I get to talk to you folks. So, really, it's more like I'm talking to myself. Ooh. Did any white darts survive? Somebody was just chewing up the white darts. Or somebody got a bunch of really cheap, poorly glued white darts. Yes, this is the Borst pool. I've gone through 2 totes and the half a hamper. I've got another 2 totes and a full hamper to go. Alright. Time to dump it. I'm still here. I will be back in a minute. I'm just... There's a lot of detritus in the bottom of this bin now. Detritus. Leaves and twigs and stuff. There. Into the trash bin. What a mess. Quick! Now's the time to loot the shop. It does have some good battle scars on it. And someday I might repaint it, but I also might not. Just let it keep character. Alright. Well, that's one full half-dirt bin sorted. So I've got the loner dart. Loner half-darts for my trailer. Most of my full darts. And I got 2 more totes to go. A lot of full darts in this one. This might have originally been a full dart bin. We will see. Alright, what do we got? Am I satisfied with my dart storage setup? Yes. It took me a while to get it where I like it. But for my personal stuff, yes. I've got lots and lots of Sterilite drawers that I picked up at Goodwill. And that is what I've done my... For the loner darts, the full they are all sorted together. In my collection, my dart collection, they are sorted by type, or by dart head. So, like, all of this style of waffle head, which came in a lot of different colors, they're all together. All of my AccuFakes that are all the same head, they're all sorted together. But all of my half darts are sorted by type. All of my full length darts. I even have some of my rivals sorted out. Like all of my Adventure Force is separate. My AccuStrike rival is separate. So it depends. But loners, they're all just mixed together. And somehow, every once in a while, we still have an FVJ or a Vowberry sneak in. There's one. That'll be going in the trash. One of these days I should do a tour of my dart storage, because I've got all of the usual ones down here in the main makerspace area. You know, Mega XL, Rival, Elite darts, Waffle darts, all of those, and then some smaller ones with more specialty ammo, Ultra, Hyper, stuff like that. But then up in the attic, I have a much even more granular, where I've got like a setup for X-Shot, for Zuru, for Dart Zone, Adventure Force, Buzzbee, and all the other weird stuff. Like I got a whole drawer just of foam throwables that look like food. And I have a whole drawer of foam brains, and I've got a whole drawer of stress balls, and a whole drawer of ballistic balls, and golf balls and old mega arrows, all kinds of stuff up there. Name a dart ammo type. I probably have some up there. I have some Connects darts. I don't know that they are still separate. I do have somewhere a tray that has one of every dart that I have. But I don't know. I haven't really kept up with it. I do also have a bin where I've got a whole bunch of different dart types all sorted out. But it's old. It was when half darts were still kind of a new concept. I could fill an entire bin as big as the one I have just with different types of half darts now. Mistake? No, she considers them prey and they must be hunted and destroyed. She particularly likes batting rival rounds around the shop. But eventually she bats them under something and can't get it, and that's the end of that. Yeah, that's probably what happened to my Connect ones. They probably ended up in my men guns. I do have a drawer of men guns. I think I have a whole drawer just of men guns. Yeah, it's kind of weird that half darts cost more than full-length darts. Doesn't make any sense. Less material involved. But they do. They're twice as expensive. In some cases. I have never had bad experience with men guns. They work in most things, as far as I know. Old streamlines. Who's running old streamlines? For my HVZ, I run Adventure Force. One, because they're cheap, and because I like shooting green darts at zombies. It just seems fitting. You can get them in a 200 pack for $10 at Walmart. Hard to beat that. I typically will have them delivered to wherever I'm staying, if possible. I don't think I have anywhere in for Survival Fest that I can mail darts to, so I may try to hit a Walmart or a Target on the way after we land, because I generally don't bring the ammo with me. I either buy it there or have it shipped there, because it saves weight in travel, and I don't plan to come home with any of it anyway. Most of whatever I have left over, I typically donate to the club who's running the event. That's how I got most of my darts. Supply and demand is a lie made up by rich people to have an excuse to charge you more for stuff. For the longest time, I thought it was some sort of inherent socioeconomic law. No, it's just greed. It's nothing but greed. Well, I mean, for one of the End Wars, Brett ran a whiteout Maverick as his only blaster, and that would fire streamlines. Exactly. The only reason that less supply and high demand increases the price is because the person selling it knows they can sell it for more. They don't have to sell it for more. They just know they can, and they're greedy, and so they do. It's pure greed. That I miss Brett. I miss his randomness. I miss his positive attitude. I miss the craziness that he brought and the positivity. On the upside, him moving again allowed me to buy a bunch of his Star Wars Legos for super cheap. Well, see, Brett unlocked a simple truth, is that if you constantly run low-powered or weird blasters, the only way to get tags is to get really good at playing. When he then gets given a really powerful blaster, there's no stopping him. Yeah, people tend to overlook the value of treating your customers and your employers well, or your employees well. People who feel appreciated, people who feel like they're not being taken advantage of, are better. People, the world is better when people are happier. It's weird. Also, glad to hear you're working again. Yeah. Yeah. Being trapped on an island on the bottom of the planet can make logistics a pain. Will half-darts be standardized to 37mm length instead of 38? Standardized by who? We don't have an IEEE of Nerf. There's no universal central authority that decides the standards. If there were, you wouldn't have different screws and different bolts and different thread in every single blaster that anyone designs. They'd all be using a standard screw set. But there's no standards. No standards in this hobby. Which is a blessing and a curse. But at any rate, I think I've filled... Yeah, a little more room. A little bit more room on the full-length bin here. Then we're going to have to switch over to a new full-length bin. Yeah, that does sound like something Brett would do. Or one of the early big events I went to was our war at Fort Worden that was fought at 5 degrees. It was cold, and he was running a sledge fire, and he got so many tags. And it was just fantastic because we were in an old World War I naval bunker. So it's all concrete. It's cold. It's super echoey. Cement floors, cement walls. And you'd get hit by a whole bunch of darts coming at you from nowhere. You'd never see where it came from. You'd hear a shell hit the ground and tinkle, and you'd hear Brett chuckle. You hear him laughing in the shadows as you went back to spawn. Came back to where he had been, come around the corner, and he shoots you in the back from somewhere else. Shell, laughter, respawn, repeat. It was magnificent. Yeah, standards and compatibility are, we talked about this earlier, Hasbro keeps trying to switch to a non-standard dart so your stuff isn't compatible, and it's just dumb. They're gonna Boomco themselves is what they're gonna do. Boomco came out with, Boomco darts, the straws were more accurate, had farther range, they were way more durable, they were light, they were cheap, but they weren't cross-compatible. And so even though it was arguably a superior ammunition, the fact that it wasn't compatible and wasn't better enough to make everybody switch, they didn't do it. So even if N1 darts were demonstrably better, the fact that they're not compatible with anything else that already exists means nobody's going to switch to them. Nobody's going to replace their entire 50 cal dart arsenal to go to whatever on earth N1 is for minor performance improvements. And I don't know that there are performance improvements, so. Meow. I'm being swamp catted. Is it time to go get lunch? It probably is time for lunch. Oh, it's way past time for lunch. Yes. I'm being savaged. What game? I've been sorting darts. I haven't checked out anything. All right, this bin is full. I've got all of my loner darts sorted. Now I'm sorting the extra loner darts. I cannot show the cat. The cat has wandered off. I have not had a chance to check out Alchemy Simulator. Remind me again sometime. Life. I haven't had time to do anything I want to do. Only the stuff I'm expected to do. The cat has run off. The cat is over there. Actually, I'm not even sure if he'll be able to. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Can you see the swamp cat? No. Too many things blocking it. Come here. There, far in the distance, at the door. That is the swamp cat. That's the best you're going to get. Back to sorting. 55 cal. How idiotically arbitrary. Some odd years ago, Hasbro decided, you know what? Half-inch darts. What a lovely option. Half-inch darts. And some idiotic bean counter decided, no, 55. Life is stupid. Yeah, I do have underarm holsters, but they will really only fit like double strikes. You know, that'd be what would really fit really well would be underarm outlaw holsters. Those are svelte enough that would actually be quite nice. Sam I Am! Hello! Sam I Am ran in my squad at Maryland Mayhem. Did quite well. Until he got his face eaten by a zombie. Which happens. Judd, do you have outlaws down under? Do you need me to smuggle you some outlaws? I will smuggle you outlaws. I have a pair lying around. Somebody left them at an event and they ended up mine. So, just say the word. Well, that sounds to me like you need some outlaws smuggled to you. Two's surely not enough. There is a long and time-honored tradition of sending outlaws to Australia. Fidlock underarm. Would not have been my first thought, but if it works, it works. Correct. That is generally the appropriate number of anything in a hobby. How many do you need? N plus 1. Yeah. It does continue to baffle me that when I first got into the hobby, getting any Nerf blaster to hit over 100 FPS was considered very impressive. And now we genuinely have issues getting any blaster to hit under 220 or 120 to be HVZ legal. You got stuff you can pick up on the shelf at Walmart that had almost 200. It's nuts. Power creep is real. Well, see, like N2 was just a replacement of Mega, and N3 was a replacement of Mega XL. But again, they'll probably make them completely arbitrary calibers, so they won't be compatible with anything. You rang? I didn't make it to the final of Maryland Mayhem. I was long gone by then. And we need AccuStrike Mega XL. What do we got going on? Oh, did I enjoy the final Maryland Mayhem? It's not going to be the final. There will still be Maryland Mayhem next year. The question is whether or not the HVZ will be on the UMBC campus. The tournament will still happen. The con will still happen. The 11th hour will still happen. It's only a question of where will HVZ happen or what will the HVZ look like. But it will not be the final. But it's clearly you. Looks just like you. Wait. It is you, and I can prove it. It comes with sound effects. I know. Has the battery died? My Aussie button's not working. You wretched thing. It has been out in this miserable damp for years. Do I have any AAA batteries? I do! Now there can be no doubt. Back on the wall with you. Yeah, what do we got going on? Get rid of that. All right. Tuck him back into the corner. Still throwing him in the wrong bin. I'm going to pull myself together. I'm falling apart. Yeah, I kind of doubt Worker would go for that. I doubt even Dart Zone would go for that. There was a question that was asked recently. What would people buy Adventure Force rival rounds if they brought them back? And I personally absolutely would, because the Adventure Force ones were by far the most consistent. I think second only maybe to Proton rounds, but Proton rounds probably aren't coming back. But Adventure Force, plus they were orange, which, you know, I liked. I said they should coordinate with Out of Darts to re-release their ammo when the Proton Pack hits again, because people are going to need to buy a lot of rival when that happens. And I would be happy to help promote the whole process. All they have to do is send me 10,000 rounds, which would probably be nothing to them and would be huge for me. Yeah, exactly. Rival is accurate by volume. If they're over there, just put 100 rounds over there. Oh, Swamp Cat's coming back. Meow. What? What is the problem here? Alright, madam, I'll tell you what. When I get done with this bin, we'll go get lunch. 10,000 balls, yes. That would... that might actually not be enough to fill all of my Proton packs. $3,500, 1,800, 1,800, 3,600, 7,100. No. 10,000 would not be enough to fill all of the Proton packs that I have. I have more than 10,000 rounds of capacity in Proton packs at this point, which is a little bit excessive, I will admit. And I don't care. I hope they don't. I hope they just stick with the 50 cal and watch Hasbro tank. Such a shame because the N1 blasters actually looked kind of nice. I like the look they had to them. They're just useless. The official SCA tumbler? Wait. Random. Have a rival there. Get it! No. Nope. Gone now. Yeah, again, chain mag. Cool idea. Nope, just a nerd account. Yeah. Tragic. What do we got going on? For those of you just showing up, it's just me sorting darts. If I was curious, this is Judd, the Aussie Nerf Cowboy. Apparently he's watching the stream at work, and his coworkers don't believe it's him, which I find hilarious. Anyone who also wasn't here earlier, what I'm having here is Filbert's Draft Root Beer. It's a new one I picked up in Maryland a couple of weeks ago on Get Off My Lawn. I was given the wonderful idea of a great way to acquire additional root beers, and that is essentially to put a bounty out for new root beers. So I did. Anybody who brings me root beer at an event, it doesn't matter if I've had it or not. If you bring me a root beer, I will give you a button while supplies last. I've made a bunch of buttons that are a root beer bottle with the X-Strike logo over the top of it, so, you know, looks like you're targeting a bottle of root beer. And you will get one if you bring me root beer. If you manage to bring me a bottle of root beer that I've never had before, I have a fancier, bigger button. And if you are the first person at that particular event to bring me a new bottle, I will have an even bigger, fancier button. And I had set the goal to get to 100 root beers in my collection by the end of the year. I had about 65 at the time, so it wasn't a huge leap. I needed about 50% more than I had in order to reach 100. And I ended up reaching 100 by the time I got back from Maryland Mayhem. Or rather, 2 days after I got back from Maryland Mayhem. So, last Tuesday, I reached 200. Or 100. So I'm at 100 different bottles of root beer that I've had. And as of this filming, as soon as the last batch that I ordered arrive, I will be almost at 120. So I've almost doubled my collection in 3 weeks. But I've pretty much cleaned out all of the options local to me. There used to be a root beer store in this area. They closed down. There used to be a store called Chugs that was also just specialized in root beer. They have closed down. But I was able to find, and I swear this is not an exaggeration, a back alley root beer dealer in Seattle that had a few so I managed to get a bunch. And then I went to a soda shop when I was in Maryland. They had a whole wall of root beer. And I grabbed a bunch there. That's what we ended up doing, the root beer tasting. So I'm up to around 120. But I know of at least 56 that I don't have yet. Ones that I looked up, either looked up online or found at various soda selling websites that were either out of stock or their shipping was insane. So there are still plenty of root beers out there that I haven't had. And there's also always microbreweries. Most microbreweries apparently bottle their own root beer just as a non-alcoholic option. And so they're often unique and often aren't available online. The only way to get them is to go to that brewery, or they may be sold only locally at like the local small grocery stores will have them or something. So still very possible. So if that is something you want to give a try, I do plan to probably do an updated video on it. And I do plan to make the list of root beers that I have had and that I haven't had public. For Maryland Mayhem, I didn't make it public. You had to try to guess which ones I hadn't had. But that seems unnecessary now that I've hit the 100 mark. So I will be making the list available if people want to try to track one down. And if you feel like mailing me a bottle of root beer, I will indeed mail you a button. Only seems fair. Alright, switching around. Of course. Yes, back alley root beer dealers. I found it because I was looking for Thomas Kemper. I've had Thomas Kemper before, but I somehow didn't have a bottle of Thomas Kemper. Or I didn't have one of the bottles. I knew I'd had it in, like, there were some restaurants that used to carry Thomas Kemper. but I'd never kept the bottle, apparently. And when I went looking for it, I found that it had been discontinued last year. And so I was despondent that I was never going to get a Thomas Kemper bottle, and I was looking around for it, and I found some people were selling just the empty bottles on eBay, and I was kind of tempted to pick up just an empty bottle to put in the collection. And then I stumbled across a company that sold root beer, and one of the ones they had was Thomas Kemper, and I assumed that was because they still had a stock left over from before it had been discontinued, because it was discontinued late 2024. So I was like, well, maybe it's possible somebody still has some in stock several months later, but I doubted it. But then I found one, and yeah, they didn't actually have a physical storefront. They just sell it out of their house. And so you go to this neighborhood in Seattle and go up a staircase and knock on a door, and some guy gives you your root beer. Very strange. But it turns out Thomas Kemper had been discontinued, but then was recontinued, essentially. Apparently, it had been discontinued because the couple that owned the recipe got divorced, and one of them got the alcohol side of the business, and the other one got the root beer side of the business, and so it got discontinued for a while, but then they sold the recipe to Orca, one of the bottling companies, and they brought it back, so I was able to get some Thomas Kemper. Yeah, feel free. It's probably very late where you are, and this has been a long stream, and I still have 2 more bins to go through. So, yeah, I got, I think, 4 root beers from that person that I didn't have. So I got Thomas Kemper. I think I got Americana. Possibly Old Williamsburg, and another one. On that same trip, I hit a couple of stores in the Seattle area. I hit a Whole Foods and got Maine root beer. I hit a World Market and was able to find Bundaberg root beer, the Australian root beer. There's one that I'm sure I'd had it before, but I apparently hadn't kept the bottle. The only thing I had in my fridge was the Bundaberg ginger beer, and that's all any of the normal stores, like grocery stores and like Bevmo and all that. They only had the ginger beer. Nobody had the root beer, but World Market came through for me. And then at a soda shop in a mall, I was able to find a zombie themed root beer, which was very fitting since I was on my way to an HVZ. This trip, I did this as part of heading up to the airport to fly out for Maryland Mayhem. So, is 2 hours not a long stream? That seems like a long stream to me. It's a good ginger beer. I have not yet started putting ginger beers in my collection. I may when I run out of root beers, just to continue to have something to collect to get that dopamine hit. I do put sarsaparillas. I've got a number of sarsaparillas. Earp sarsaparilla is probably my favorite, and I just had Death Valley sarsaparilla last night. Very good. Death Valley root beer is also very good. And birch beers. I also put birch beers in the collection, and I just got 2 new birch beers. I think I got Hank's birch beer and Reading Draft birch beer. I think it might have been another sarsaparilla, but yeah, all right. Yeah, we did a 24-hour stream for Foam's Giving a while back. We were hoping to do it again this year, but the man behind the curtain just couldn't spare the time. He recently had another kid. So we are planning to do Foam's Giving again. It was a lot of fun. I didn't do the 24-hour stream, or I wasn't on for 24 hours, but the stream went for 24 hours. We just kept bringing in more and more people from the hobby. Gave them a little bit of time to talk about whatever they wanted. Some people talked about modding. Some people talked about CAD. We had people talk about, competitive stuff. All kinds of stuff. People from all over the world. It was really, really cool. Trying to get as much of the grass and twigs out as I can without having to pick out every single dart one at a time. Impressive how many twigs there are in here, honestly. So you fine folk in the chat, what do you collect besides root beer, or besides Nerf? I got a couple of things, obviously Lego. I also collect bicentennial coins and foreign coins. Twigs add flavor. Scotch, cigars, Lego, miniature war games. Lego, yeah, Lego. Speed Champs. Crewman Rocket, he was in our squad. He also was big into Speed Champs. Camping and backpacking. Very cool. Good way to stay in shape. Hot Wheels. Transformers and Lego. See, at some point in my youth, I apparently had to make the choice of whether I wanted to go deep into Lego or deep into Transformers. And I chose Lego. I had a cousin that had huge numbers of Transformers. Whenever I got to go visit, I basically just stayed down there and played with his Transformers the whole time. I was somewhat conflicted when Lego came out with the Optimus Prime set, and I could have both Lego and Transformer, but I decided, no, I made my choice and I was going to stand by it. I don't know where I would have put it. We do. The Pacific Northwest has great trails. We've got the Cascade Mountains. We've got the whatever the ones out on the peninsula are. I don't think those are the Cascades. Also, on the other side of Washington, you've got the Rockies. Hello, I'm sorting darts. I managed to get through 4 out of 5 containers. There's 4 out of 6. I've got one more large tote and one more hamper. So far I've managed to completely refill my 2 loaner bins of half darts and full-length darts. But I'm still short a lot of rival, but we're getting there. .3D printing freshwater shrimp. Well, that does make sense with your name, the Shrimp Father. Shrimp are delicious. It was the first Borst event of the year was a huge success. It was Star Wars themed, and the scenarios were well written, well run, well received. It was good. Good turnout. Right? At the height, we had nearly 60 people on the field, which is kind of pushing the limit of Fort Borst of that park, but it didn't seem overly crowded, so it went well. Portland event should be just as good as the last one, which was also a huge success. I haven't checked the numbers. We were low on numbers last time, right before the event. And I know some people had trouble getting registered. I'm not sure what to do about that, because we don't handle the registration. That's handled by Trackers, the company that's actually hosting the event. We're just running it for them. It'll be good. The nice thing about one of the best things about that location, the Trackers location, is we're running 2 games at once. We've got the standard casual style Nerf war of 2 teams fighting over MacGuffins or deathmatch or whatever. And then outside in the parking lot, the covered parking lot area, we've got comp going all day. Which is great, because some people, that's what they're in the hobby for. They like the competitive play. They're not here for casual Nerf wars frivolities. They want comp, and the ability to run both the whole time is cool, because we never seem to have enough time at Borst to run as much comp as people would like. And largely that's because of when we run it. We run it during lunch, and not everyone at Borst is into comp, and so, we don't want to have people standing around not playing. But yeah, at Portland last month, we had planned to run basically just 2 full games, do a little bit of comp, and then run some just regular scenarios outside. But the comp players just wanted to keep playing Spark, just our standard competitive game, and they just ran that the entire day and never got tired of it. And I have no problem with that. If that's what they wanted to play, then that's what they should play. It went well. It went smooth. We didn't have any problems. Hopefully it'll be the same this time. Yeah, the registration, I think, was designed for parents signing up their kids for stuff. I don't think it was really meant for adults signing up for themselves. And I obviously haven't had to sign up, so I don't know what the process is. I really should go through it just so I can answer questions about it. Like, oh, you have to do this thing with this stuff and this MacGuffin, and then it'll let you do the thing. But I mean, they've got a contact address. Email them. How is Spark played? So it's very similar to Flag Dash, which is what the competitive at Maryland Mayhem is. You got two teams, varying between usually 3 to 5 players, depending on how many players you've got and how much space you've got and how much time you've got. And then at the center of the field, there is a MacGuffin, an item, an object, a ball, or whatever you want it to be. It could be a flag for all it would matter. And on the other side of the field, or on either side of the field, near the enemy's, closer to the enemy's spawn, there's a bucket. And the goal is either to eliminate the enemy team or to get the ball in the basket. If you get the ball in the basket, it's worth more points. If you just eliminate the other team, well, you only get the points for elimination. In comp, in the tournaments, the having more points can ultimately make you win. In the casual competitive, it really doesn't matter. Some people just run the ball because they like to. Sometimes what we'll do is, if the team manages to win by dunking the ball, then they get to stay in. And the team that lost gets rotated out for a new team. And if you just win by elimination, then both teams are rotated out for a new team, which encourages people to run the Spark. So yeah, that's how Spark is run. All right, time for another bin. Oh wait, I promised I would go feed Swamp Cat, so I'm gonna go get a sandwich and feed Swamp Cat, and come back. Wait. Madam. Meow. Meow. Yes, we're going. I'm back. What'd I miss? You can try to see Swamp Cat, but she's gone now. She's off eating. Will you shout out my Nerf channel? I don't know what your Nerf channel is. What's my most expensive blaster? In terms of what I paid someone else for it, probably the Stinger. The blaster that would cost the most for someone else to get their hands on would be my minigun. It is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Nothing weird or exotic. Blackberry jelly. Swamp Cat does like to hunt birds, though she prefers to hunt snakes. That's her favorite thing to hunt. What's your favorite sandwich type? PB&J is not my favorite. Grilled cheese is my favorite. I do also like a good French dip. Fair enough. What's your favorite sandwich from Subway? I'm an Italian BMT guy myself, with provolone on Italian urban cheese. I preferred Parmesan oregano, but they got rid of Parmesan oregano bread. I never heard of Jersey Mike's, but there's a Subway at the gas station 7 miles from here, so depends on how you measure greatness, I suppose. Subway has the most locations of any restaurant. There's more Subways than McDonald's. Bye, Judd. Thank you for coming. That must have been somewhat surreal. Suddenly, am I having a stroke? Why do I smell peanut butter? Really? I might have to try the Firehouse subs if it's right there. Is Quiznos gone? I don't know that I've ever been to a Quiznos. Wasn't their whole gimmick that it was toasted and then Subway just like, all right, we'll buy some toasters. Now ours are toasted. Also, didn't Quiznos have that really creepy mascot? The bug-eyed chihuahua looking thing? Or am I thinking of someone else? All right. I've had my sandwich. Now for the next bin. Oh, merciful heavens! This one isn't full. Hooray! Still a lot. I now have enough empty totes. Yeah, right. This is mostly half darts, it looks like. This might have been one of the later half dart bins that came in. Still some N series in here. What do we got? The ads were cursed. That's what I thought. Yeah, that was one of the other things I heard about Quiznos. Better ingredients. Because that was Papa John's slogan too, wasn't it? Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Didn't he turn out to... I don't remember. Some scandal about Papa John's. I remember when a foot-long sub was $5. Now $5 won't even get you a 6-inch. And they wonder why my generation has been radicalized. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. I knew it was something. What a scumbag. Yes, I remember Arby's 5 for $5. I used to get that in college. Between a $5 footlong that would feed you for a day and the Arby's 5 for $5, that was a solid meal. You could actually eat well on a budget. There was also a pizza joint that had, it was like $10 for a large pizza, but it was buy one, get one free on carryout. So $10 would get you 2 large pizzas. And that fed a lot of college kids. Because they conveniently had their restaurant, or their store, within easy walking distance of campus. I have no idea if the X-Shot AEB can use those darts. I don't even know what those darts are. And I don't have the blaster. Or those darts. So, I got nothing. Good night, Sam. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, you pretty much can't eat anywhere for less than $15 anymore. Once upon a time, fast food was cheap. That's why we went there. Now it's a luxury. Hambler is taking up loans. Yeah, you can actually, you can pay for food in installments now. That's how you know we're in a dystopian cyberpunk future nightmare. Which wouldn't be so bad if we had all the cool, hover cars and neon lights everywhere, but no, we got the AI taking our jobs and nobody being able to afford food and none of the good stuff. And again, they wonder why my generation is increasingly radicalized. Yeah, where are our laser swords? Oh yeah, cheap cybernetics. No, what do we got? A hip replacement that will bankrupt you. That's what we get. Yeah, my house came with an ancient giant CRT TV that's probably as old as I am. Still runs beautifully. Got a Super Nintendo plugged into it out in the bunkhouse. Plays Donkey Kong Country, I think, and Mario World. I wish I had Mario Kart for it. I want Mario Kart and Turtles in Time are the two games I really want on the Super Nintendo. But those cartridges are practically impossible to get. Though the technology exists, I could just get one of the emulator cartridges and put whatever game I want on it, but I haven't. Well, I wasn't expecting that. There's a brain in here. Now what do we got? Turtles on Time is hard. Well, yeah. It felt that way when we were kids. Friend and I used to play it a lot. We beat it a couple of times. The real trick was learning how to intentionally throw foot at the screen. There's a trick to it. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, everything is made to be disposable nowadays. And anything that would last, they design it to break. Planned obsolescence should be a crime. The fact that like phone companies got caught designing their phones, so after a couple of years it just stops working. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but because they added software in order to make it stop working. To force you to buy a new one. That's the sort of stuff that should get you drug out of your fancy corner office and beaten to death with a brick. So for full-length darts, I still favor Adventure Force waffles. Because they're cheap and readily available. $10 for 200 at Walmart. Hard to beat that. They shoot beautifully out of my FDL3. And they're green, which I like using green darts to hunt zombies. So when I go to HVZs, I buy a couple hundred of those. Buy a couple of boxes with the intent of not coming home with any of them. And for half darts, same thing. I just whatever's at Walmart. I'm not running anything that is particularly picky about darts. The Pew Pew will fire just about anything. So I usually either run the Adventure Force Black and Orange or the Gray and Red. They work great, and they're cheap and readily available. If I was running stuff in comp, I might be pickier. Because certain darts do work better in certain blasters, and so you figure out which darts work best in your blaster, and that's what you run. And that's just a matter of trial and error. Try the different darts, find out which works best, and use that. There is no perfect dart. There is no best dart that's going to work the best in every single blaster. That's just not how darts work. It's not how the blasters work. You got to work it out, what works best in yours, and that's what's best for you. Blue shell the rich. Yeah, I miss when you could get 1,000 AccuStrike darts online for $20. I wish I'd ordered more thousands back then. Because I would, if I could run whatever I want, I would be running AccuFakes. But they're not as easy to get a hold of as they used to. Hasbro went hard after anybody making AccuFakes for a while. I think they're back now, but they're nowhere as cheap as they used to be. Now you'd have to pay tariffs on them. So, I do still have a large number of AccuFakes, but I'm not going to use them at an HVZ because I'm not going to get them back. And I don't need the extra accuracy because it's HVZ and I'm using an FTL3. FTL3 will shoot lasers using Adventure Force darts at 50 feet, and I don't need to even hit that far because it's HVZ. The zombies come to me. Sonic Blue Centurion. Very nice. Those are super cool looking. Did it have the blue Mega Darts? Yeah, but I'm not running elites through my FTL3. I do have some standards. Alright. That's about as vetted as this is going to get. I would hope not. Shame to paint one of those. Paint a regular one. Lots of them lying around. $1,800 chili darts. That's not bad. Yeah, the downside of any of these sonic blasters is translucent plastic is more brittle and more prone to cracking. So you do have to be careful when you mod clear blasters or translucent blasters. They are more fragile. Bionicle, yeah. Bionicle. See, I was never into Bionicle. That was a generation late for me, and for a long time I was very annoyed by Bionicle because they were doing that instead of the Lego that I wanted. And it wasn't until much later in life that I learned that Bionicle ultimately saved Lego. That Lego was on the verge of bankruptcy, and ultimately Bionicle was one of the things that saved it. And so while I'm still very get off my lawn about Bionicle, I very much appreciate that it saved Lego and that it allowed us to get to where we are today in Lego. But I never saw any of the movies or the TV show, and so I never understood the lore, and so it never really appealed to me. But I also know that the TV shows and the lore and the comics and the books and all of that is why it worked, why it saved Lego. All right. I have now filled another whole bin of half darts. This is now full. Almost. And I still have an entire hamper to deal with. So I don't know how we ended up with so much more half dart than we started with. But, like I said, breeds in the dark. Where is that last bin? These hampers hold a lot of darts. That's only about 2/3 of it. Yeah, I've left out the rail nub many a time myself. They are wily like that. No regard. Luckily, sometimes you can get them back in without completely disassembling the blaster, but usually it ends up taking more time trying to finicky it in there than it would have to just take the rest of the screws out. Yes, garden weasels. Garden wheels are fantastic. I had a friend who was big into Bionicle, and what he did with them was make Transformers. Which I always thought was very creative. So whenever I ended up with Bionicle from like buying out a collection or something, I would save them for him. Three stock motors on 3S. That's a choice. Stock motors on 2S isn't that unreasonable because stock blasters run on 6 volts and 2S is 7.4 volts, so that's not a huge overvolting. But 3S, yeah, we'll see how long they last. I mean, that's the thing is, you can do it, run them until you smoke the motors, and then replace the motors. Why not? I mean, you were going to probably throw those motors away if you replaced them, so might as well run them until they smoke. Shiny Math Rocks. Yes. Yes. Dice Goblins. Dice Goblins are a thing. I was never much of a Dice Goblin. Despite doing D&D, never a huge Dice Goblin. The only dice I had were either the ones that came with my original D&D starter set and then Christmas gifts from the people I played with. The person who hosted our events would always get everyone a set of dice every year, so I've got a couple of sets of dice now as a result. Did you do something to this Desperado, or did it just randomly stop working? Oh, you're done spraying to the spring. Now you're in trouble. rotates depressingly. Yeah, I tried modding mine and they didn't much care for it. I think I got it working again. I've got a upgrade kit from Xfox I need to test. I think it's got a better cylinder. I don't know if it has any other parts. The sorting continues. Yes, train. Go forth, have dinner. Continue drinking my Powerade. Stay hydrated. Well, fix it. Hourly server stress test. Yeah, good stress test is good. Our in high school, we had a day where pretty much everyone was gone for some reason. It was a funeral of, I think, some matriarch of the town that practically everyone was related to. My town was only 700 people, and most of the families went back to the pioneer days, so when a great-grandma passed, it was everybody's great-grandma. But I wasn't from there, so I wasn't related to said person. So I felt no reason to go to said funeral, so I went to school, and the only other people that were there were other non-locals, most of whom were friends of mine. So we got to spend most of the day stress testing the network, which meant playing network video games. I think we played Age of Empires, Diablo. I think they were playing Quake. That was when I discovered I couldn't play first-person shooters. I tried playing Quake with them and damn near threw up on the keyboard. Are there any third-party company brands other than Worker and Saber that sell half darts? Yes! Amazon. There's lots of different half darts on Amazon. For instance, I think this might be one of them. I got sent a whole bunch at one point. They were a three-banded bamboo dart, similar to the Nitro Plus, but thicker bands. I got sent like 30,000 of them or something because they were just trying to get rid of them. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds fantastic. Well, in the immortal words of Yoda, try not, do, or do not. There is no try. I think my fencing instructor said a lot, too. He was basically a cross between Yoda and a miniature schnauzer. Pair of Kulaks in my Strife. Well, you've done what you can do. I'm familiar with what Fallout is. Never played it, watched the show. I'm sure I missed most of the references because I hadn't played the game, though an awful lot of references in Afterworld suddenly made a lot more sense. Afterworlds, it turns out, is heavily Fallout themed. Oh no, I mean, overvolting it that much isn't gonna burn the motors instantly. It's just that they're gonna overheat if you run it for very long. It's not gonna pop. They're not transistors. I bet it sounds horrific. Now, the big one for me that suddenly made sense after watching Fallout was within Afterworld's lore, they were constantly going into vaults or bunkers or hives or whatever. And I never understood why they were always a source of horrific, nightmarish monstrosities. Like, it's a Fallout shelter. Why would that be where all of the evil's coming from? And then I watched Fallout and I'm like, oh. Now I get it. No, they were not. They were built as nightmarish ways to experiment on people, and it was not the plot twist I was expecting. That was wild when I dug into the lore of the vaults. It's like, oh my. Yeah, the unturned basically being ghouls. This is all extra rival. Or extra rival. Half darts. This is all stuff people brought and left. And I'm not even done yet. Now, if I could just get people to do this, but for rival, that would be lovely. Telling you, they breed in the dark. Alright. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put all of this. A tote of don't got no more chance. However, I have buckets. Who's still there? I will not send them, but if you want to come pick them up, you can do that. I will send you home with a bunch. Ah! You're on the... I'm not in California. I'm in Washington. I've been to California. I've nerfed in California. I have never lived in California. Hey, I've got family that lives in California, though. We're into the home stretch now, folks. This is the last of it. Ow! That was my kneecap. Alright. Boomco. Who was running Boomco at this event? Yeah, so hey, you're within easy driving distance. You're within driving distance of the makerspace. You could come visit. Pinecone. Oh, was that you? Say it. I don't remember anything. Yeah. The screen names we choose when we're young and dumb. There's way more Mega and N1 darts in this conglomeration than I was expecting. Well, that's awesome. Yes, please. Please email me the file. Because otherwise I will forget to ever go look it up. Longest project. Tier was a fairly long build. I've got, I don't know if it counts because I haven't actually finished it, but I came up with the idea for a build that I want to do about 7 years ago, and I still haven't gotten around to actually building it. I have now assembled, I believe, all of the parts and skills necessary to build it. But just have never found the time or the motivation. It would be a very complex build, and and at the time when I built it, there was kind of a need for it in my area of the hobby. But since then, I've acquired better ways of kind of doing all of it, and so. But part of me still wants to build it just to say I built it. And no, I'm not going to tell you what it is. But someday you may get to see it. The smart gun was another one that I'd been wanting to do for a long time, but didn't know how I wanted to do it. And then one day somebody gave me the inspiration I needed, and I had it done in like 2 months. And the heart and soul of it was what blaster to build it out of. And originally I was planning to build it out of a Centurion because it was vaguely the size and shape, but not exactly. But then I was talking to someone about the fact that the smart gun was built out of an MG42, as were a lot of Star Wars blasters. A lot of the blasters that you see in Star Wars are surplus World War II weapons that have been retrofitted, had greebles put on them. Some they didn't bother to retrofit at all. There's just a stormtrooper running around with a Lewis gun. The only thing that makes it not look like a Lewis gun is they don't have the pan drum on the top. But it's just an unmodified Lewis gun. The stormtrooper blasters are Sterling L1A1s that have been greebled. The rebels are running Sturmgewehrs, which is kind of ironic that the stormtroopers are running a British rifle and the rebels are running a stormtrooper rifle. But that's juxtaposition for you. But then somebody pointed out that that Hasbro made the deluxe stormtrooper blaster, which is built on an MG42. So I had the basis to build the smart gun. I just needed to figure out the rest of the details, and that was all fairly simple. I 3D printed a bunch of it. Some of it's just PVC pipe. The hardest part was learning how to do brushless motors, and that wasn't actually very difficult, because it turns out they run on Arduino, which runs on C, which I have a degree in. So I already knew how to code. I just had never. It didn't occur to me that brushless motors ran on a real-time operating system. And once that became clear, it's like, oh wait, I took a whole class in real-time operating systems. I know how this works. And sure enough, had the code working, and away we went. It's been on my end-of-year build list for 7 years, give or take. I just never get around to getting it started because it's gonna be a really complicated build. Maybe not the twig. Alright, well that's the trash. That's all dead darts and grass and stuff. And that's just going to go straight in the garbage. I think I actually recovered most of my rival. That's nice. I do need to get more. I only have about half a tote in the loaner. Alright, let's see what else we got. We got some, let's go through the Mega. Two Mega XL, two Boomco, one Brain, one Cut Down, couple of Suction Cup Darts, one Vortex Disc, one 50 cal ball, and a bunch of N1. Fascinating. All right. Well, that's about it for that. A little bit more organization. Ah! Almost took out my root beer. Is that a shortened dyed Mega XL? No. That is a short green Mega Dart. Alright. New bottle for the collection. A little bit of cleanup left to do. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for sitting around listening to me talk to myself. Thank you for watching. See you next time.